Okay, guys, so this is the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We're here. The time is now. We know nothing about this game. All we know is a lot of people very strongly recommend this series. Now, our channel, as fans of Danganronpa, Zero Escape, we're hoping that this is the next big great. So, without further ado, we will begin the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles for the Switch. I'm excited to see what this game is going to be like. I hope y'all are excited too. Just out of interest, how many people have already played or watched this game? Because you guys know the drill with these types of games. Just make sure to bite your tongue if you say something that potentially could lead to a spoiler.
I'm so excited!
We're trying to go in as blind as possible so that the plot twists have their intended effect. We are especially fans of Zero Time Dilemma.
I'm so excited!
Now, Steven, you already played this, correct? Well, yeah. Steven's whole username is a reference to Ace Attorney, as I understand. Sounds good, Casa. I am happy to facilitate. I played the first one years ago, but never played the second one. Oh, Steven Eek. Alright, let's do this. But, this is the remaster, right? So you would not have played this version as it appears now. Is that right? Okay, but this is a remake, isn't it? I'm confused, because this is like a really old game that got remade, correct? Or you played this exact version? Remastered and ported to the Switch. Okay, gotcha. Well then. It's the same game as the old one. I see. So it's a remaster, not a remake. Gotcha. Oh, whoa! Way to start this one out. 770 hours, Tux? Alright, here we go. Alright. Oh, we got anime.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some were swept away by the tide. But for one man, the turbulence of that era is just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Oh no, Taka! What? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry! I guess we'll find out. 22nd of November, 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court Justice. Oh, Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendants Antechamber. Protag is a cutie. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. Judicature. That's gotta be what it is. Because of a judiciary, right? Anyway. A judiciary. How can I put that just beyond the doors? How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? What? Oh! Nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough. He's not obliged to listen to you. Such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. With his headband. I'll be defending him today. Naruhodo is I got it. I got it! Lawyer? Yes. And until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. Let me show you my katana! Only in anime. So you will hold your tongue.
Just say I didn't warn you.
Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh. Yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault? But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. Ha 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 ha! There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asugi, my best friend. Also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. My qualifications don't mean much, yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago? Yes, that's when all this started. Okay, I'm just gonna say the art style is great so far. Congratulations, Kazuma. It's like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. To the heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's Kingdom, City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner! It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Asugi, may I have a word? Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now, or my Hitler mustache. Asugi, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes. Thanks, Kazuma. This is awkward. If I may... Yes, sorry! You must be the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Eugene Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Wait a minute. Why is there a Terra command? Oh my god, I forgot that existed. Asugi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know... Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asugi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. What? Ah, as I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asugi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered. The sound effects are actually amazing. It's giving me major Danganronpa whiplash. Like, remember, like Danganronpa had like the piano effect and the boom when you learn something new. Same thing is happening. Love it. Basically, if any game makes me feel like I'm playing Danganronpa,
I don't have any faith in humanity.
I'm going to love it. But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it, I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You understand? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to your conviction.
What should I do?
Right, so... As soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not? Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. I know, that's what I thought too, John. Like, oh, are we getting married to the judge? It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asugi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Oh. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, With absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence, the trial that would decide my destiny. November, 9 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. So this is a courtroom. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to the ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now... Also, look at the wind affecting his headband. But why? We're getting Lost Dimension vibes. You need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency! As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for a final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it! This must be the question! Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do... I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will add... What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... what? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything. Just now, before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if I were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off.
You've been a naughty boy.
No! It's not that really, it's just that...
I want this to end!
Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel. which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well, does the accused admit defeat already, renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court... You must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed! You are no doubt aware this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken.
Do you understand?
My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So let's start with the very simplest of questions. Yes! Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in the case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. But wait. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was it again? Ryunosuke?
Jumpy!
Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank? You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that! It's simple. You can access the court record with a press of the R button. If you ever find that you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just have to press R for the court record. Alright, there's no time to lose. This is the list of evidence you've collected. Oh, interesting. So the person that was murdered was a visitor from the British Empire. What was his name? John H. Wilson. Got it. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. There's still all this wind. Find the victim in the people section of the court record. Press X to present. Try it now.
Yes!
I see you, E-Tier, playing Mario Kart. The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of the Englishmen has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education, have you no honor? But I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Oh, yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. There I was with my boyfriend. Oh dear, look at the time. I'll be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a bit longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow, partner. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think... Wait. I've seen that man at university. I bet he's visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table. Cute! And introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death? Well, obviously that was, Ryunosuke? Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now!
Yes!
I got it! Shoot! Well, according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile! That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes, that's right. The, post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. as long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, Consul. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. The photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well. I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. Ah, this is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes, clearly you are the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would greatly be appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. By the way, guys, what do you think so far? I find this to be very interesting and engaging right off the bat. There's enough mystery that I'm like, what is going on? And just like the general feel of the game seems like it's going to be something good. I just have I have a good vibe. Where's Jam? You weren't watching for the first bit? There wasn't a whole lot before you started talking in chat, Storm. So basically some English dude died at a dinner party and our character was standing in front of him with a gun and we're trying to prove that we're not guilty. He has the Eska headband. Did Eska have a headband? Oh, Ifrit, you've played this one? Yeah? We already... I'm Genshining while you watch? Okay, cool. Gotcha, Ifrit. Jam, did you pay attention to the details, more or less? It seems pretty good so far. It's something. Yeah, I know Steven loves. You're on the third ep? Oh yes, please stay ahead, Zanza's chin. We cannot lose your viewership. Think of it this way though, I'll be doing pretty much one chapter a weekend. Oh, I took that tail off of her E tier. That wasn't allowed. Of course, my name is Satoru Hosonaga. I'm the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called Le Carnival. Oh! Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, it really, really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago. Understood. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day of the question. Day in question. We have few dinners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. Ahem! It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student. So how did we get the gun in our hand? Can we talk about that? Hold on, let me clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him. I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. But the next time you interrupt in an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, defended Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryunosuke, you'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we just quietly listen to the witness. Ugh. If I may confirm one point, waiter, standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today. Ah. Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table. What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right! When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? That's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still. I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject. Ryunosuke, if your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. I'd never have gotten into Yume University otherwise. But you can't just always follow the rules in life. You know. If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. Alright, you've scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. And there is something I want to say. I'm just gonna shut my eyes and say it. Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table. Dear me! What are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Osananga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. Ah! No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. This guy is absolutely ridiculous. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look at it if you'd like. Let me see. Ah, a sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well, is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. The waiter's business card has been entered into the court record. So, the court has now heard a precise of the case. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of this case to the court. But I must warn the defense if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial. The prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm gonna be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You've said it. Professor Mikotoba said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the onset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see how decisive this evidence really is. Indeed. Prosecutor Aochi, please continue with proceedings. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever! The prosecution calls its next witness. Very well, officer, bring forth the witnesses at once. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir! The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant E.S. Anosa, reporting for duty, sir! Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the Florence of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd District. Kyoryo Kore Kuta, at your service. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing! Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon, and not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at Le Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets Le Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant from rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative! The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir! It was the black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearms, sir. This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony. Please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Yes! Yes, sir! Standing by, ready to report, sir. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. This guy's earlobes. I'm gonna leave you guys with the earlobes and make a drink. So be right back.
Where are you?
What are you doing?
Hurry! Hurry! What should I do?
Okay, so I am strongly considering ordering pizza tonight. Do you understand?
Oh my.
Yeah, I'm like really possibly thinking about it. Especially because Kevin's working till 10, so if he had food that was like here when he got home, he'd probably be like super pleasantly surprised. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Celebration, maybe. We'll see. We'll see how I feel in an hour. If I order it, it'll be around like an hour and 15 minutes from now. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At the precise moment a firearm was discharged, I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Wait, what? Wait a minute. From the back? Pretty sure we were standing facing him, not behind. I was on my hands and knees, investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Well, you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. So, here's what I'm wondering. Is this a school uniform that Ryunosuke is wearing? If it is, then another student was mistaken by the Sergeant Chan to have done it. Easy. That's like an easy association, I think. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir! Affirmative, sir! That wicked university cadet, sir! The cruel and unforgivable enemy! What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad of daylight. But that is ridiculous! I didn't shoot anyone! Is that true? Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor, which was dumb, by the way. After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. You didn't hear it, the gunshot? I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up... Wait, what? So this isn't the gun that killed him that was dropped. Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. I thought that this was a far dumber situation, like, boom.
That is the truth.
Guy is shot, and then Ryunosuke walks over and picks up the gun and gets caught with it. But it doesn't seem that that's the case. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. Wait, what did you clip? Means you don't have faith in me. I think I won't be able to get you off. That's a great clip, Storm. Thank you, thank you, thank you. By the way, Storm, are you enjoying the game so far? I quite think that this is very good so far. Also, the earlobes are quaking. There is. Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now! As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare... What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? I mean, the defense demands its right to cross-examine. Dear me, let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How do you know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Kazuma is so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct its cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means what the soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. Hey, Bravo Jade. Alright then, it's all or nothing. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of the particularly fine golden curio of the military gentleman. At the precise moment a firearm was discharged, I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed. You like the old man? Oh, so this would disprove. I'm gonna be real. This form of presenting evidence to contradict the opponent might be so much better than what Danganronpa does. Because there's no shooting minigame.
Yes!
Oh man, if that's how the gameplay is gonna be, I'm super into it. I'm super into it. Collect evidence, and then use it at the time that it isn't obvious. There's lots of other times, like everything they say is a potential statement that you have to... I know, poor Storm, poor Storm. Okay. Very cool. So we need to pay attention to the details and what the people are saying. Oh, he's sweating. And the earlobes are quaking again. Now this guy... Even the judge chin? What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache? Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes! There's a clear inconsistency here. Oh, I love him. I love this main character so much. What nonsense! What can this print possibly tell us we don't already know? Well, obviously, that I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. This stupid guy. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. This is so frustrating. I'm identifying a little bit Ifrit. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. What? What? Do I have to wear a headband for this? I have a headband. I might need to go get it for this game.
Now do you understand?
To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma? Wait 1 minute. So I do have a fan, but I'm not sure where it is at this moment. Yeah. I'll have a fan and a headband for tomorrow's stream. How's that? Kazuma, what?
Yay, done!
What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here. What? Sergeant Iesa Nosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? Anji cosplay? I'll just... The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir! Affirmative, sir! I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir. But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness's statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? What was that? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back and he pushed it down again. Certainly, there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixated on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir. What? The last testimony the court heard was proven one thing. Has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. That this witness, Sergeant Iesa Nosa, did not see the defendant firing the gun at all. That's absurd. I think this conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in the grand courtroom. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this child just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there, he was pointing the firearm directly at his victim's back.
Yes!
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either. Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshots interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure? Indeed, the Hoera Koban, my prized coin. On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Rasute. In the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I preferred my Hoe treasure. Believed that he would purchase. Such a rare find I did not, but I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The Koban vanished. Hunting around under the table I was in case mayhap it had fallen there, and then it happened. Bang. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did. But I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoe treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No! I see. That lamentable day, the precious Howe Koban was lost to me. No doubt, some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. As I am sure everyone present is aware. This case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Aochi? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make even. Hey, Cash. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well, the court invites the witnesses to testify again! You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir, at once, sir! Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative! The newest member of the Noza family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Ido. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ido T-shun! Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. Okay. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that they were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. So what happened to the woman that was with him? Therefore, no other than the black uniform cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out! These testimonies are... Wait, that's nonsense! The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman, there was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her. If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. Ugh. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime? Counsel! Indeed. Of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. Okay. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's not possible that anyone else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Taketsuchi Ochi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it. To draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses. But make it quick. Understood. Oh, hey, Cortex. Rules can be so unbending at times. Ugh. So, okay. What do we have? Cortex, this has been very interesting so far. I am super digging this.
I've been waiting for this.
Magnifying glass? Oh, this is a neat feature. So wait a minute. Why has he turned away from his meal? Um... Pointing his gun at the foreign man. We're the only personnel present. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Oh. What's the matter? I can't find anything. I can't find a clear discrepancy anywhere. I'm done for. I can't win this trial. No. 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 No! Listen, the first thing to do is calm down. You can't expect witness statements to be full of holes every time. So just take your time and try to tease more information out of them first. What do you mean? You can choose to either press or present against each of the witnesses' statements. If a witness is saying something you're suspicious about, press him with L. With a little luck, you may get more details, which could prove to be critical. Also, this is neat. If you don't have the evidence, you can press, and the pressing will give you more information. The important point is, there's no sense in holding back. If anything even slightly jars with you, press the witnesses on it and press them hard. Alright, got it. I'll press them like blocks of tofu. The professor wasn't alone in the restaurant, I'm sure of it. And one way or another, this cross-examination is going to prove I'm right. It's time to press them for all they're worth. My fate depends on it. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment of the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. I mean, that might be worth pressing, because it's not. But pointing his gun at the foreign man was the young lad in black. That sounds like I held it up. Let's press.
Yes!
You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there. As you have been at pains to point out time and again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. If only there'd been more people dining there at the time. Well, there was 3 tables, according to the waiter. Me and boyfriend. The victim. Oh, and them. So that's it. 3. Oh yeah, Ryunosuke and Headband-chan. Kisuan, do you understand? Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know. Of course the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was? This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? So Eater, the only reason I'm playing this game is because I thought the main character was cute. Now, do you understand?
Do you understand?
And it was coming out for Switch. And it
Do not understand.
and it's filling that visual novel gap that we have right now, you know what I mean? It's critically acclaimed, as Jaw would say. So do you understand now? I can keep explaining if you need.
Now you understand?
Yeah. What is that, Counsel? It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. Yeah, that's how I thought it would go as well, Cortex. So we're starting with this because it's kind of like an off. It's like an off episode from the normal stuff. Yes, Steven, I love it so far. It's hitting all the marks. I love it.
Oh, I'm so happy!
It would seem that the victim has an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Hota Clinic. Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November. Noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident. So the victim... Oh, hold on. The frame rate. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. I wonder. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Can I do that? Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical record to be submitted as evidence? Do it.
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
I love how shook we get because he's doing this. Whether or not they are of concern is for us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. Honestly, Kisuan, he's just a short-haired brunette anime guy. Like, I'm either identifying or I think he's hot. So those are usually the two things for me, personally. I beg your pardon. Honestly, he gives me the same energy that Taka gave me, and I fucking loved Taka. Do you understand?
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
Also, I just want to point out that Taka has in the Danganronpa like beta, not distrust, but the actual Danganronpa beta, Taka wore an outfit that looks exactly like this. So like Taka equals Ryunosuke, like in for sure. And when Danganronpa came out, they changed his outfit to white, probably to squash that similarity. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend. Okay, Boomer. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report to the court record. The victim's medical record has been entered into the court. The court record. What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies have no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Korekuta-san. Indeed, alone he was the Englishman, dining all by himself. So we cannot examine it. So wait a minute. Is this diagram correct? So it says that he died in this chair. Why are there 4 chairs at every table? If he was by himself with an empty chair like, adjacent. You know what I mean? Also, in this photo, there is a table behind where he died. And here, there is no table over here where it should be. No? Unless that the photo was capturing this table, which I guess is possible. Yeah, what if the layout is upside down? All right, let's go back and see.
Rotate the image 180 degrees.
Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before you. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? You notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press A and you can take a closer look in the piece in question. Got it. So we're looking for something that seems... Okay. The game's gonna notify me when we find a discrepancy. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something you knew to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright. I'll see what I can do. I need to use... Yes. Looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a record of long-term treatment, that's why. With a family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine. Going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine and they give you painful injections. And then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege. All when you're at your lowest ebb. You sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less. For which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed. It says Hoda Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics, almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Are they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. Ugh. I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have only one cold in their life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for other clues. We don't want to miss anything. Dentist! It's a dentist! Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for the next 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Aw, yay! I think this is what we contradict this. Because he couldn't have been dining because he had a medical order not to.
Yes!
Well, I think,
What are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer.
I wish I could. But first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright, and thanks for the advice. Korikuta-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim.
Ah, I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy?
Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up.
Dear me, dear me! Have you forgotten my word so soon, you amateur?
Sorry, what?
You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel.
But
Let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant.
yes.
But that's
Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point.
Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil.
The medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that?
What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant?
Perhaps because Hota Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic.
A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me?
Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted.
Watch this now.
And furthermore, if I told you that as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating.
Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He has orders not to eat, so what?
It's all written up here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off.
What? No, that can't be.
Korekuta-san.
What, boy? What?
As you just heard, when he was killed, sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all.
No.
So why was he at a restaurant? Additionally,
there's more?
You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case.
Urgh!
Because the victim, as we now know, just had one of his teeth extracted and was experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Expertly done, partner.
What? What is this nonsense? You little upstart! These are baseless accusations. Just look at the photographic as evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic?
How dare you?
I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke?
Yes, most definitely.
So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who in fact was eating the pictured beefsteak.
The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, Consul.
Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright. The answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table. You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes.
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. Arrgh! We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge for a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial, relentlessly. Kazuma? Are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, Consul. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them. Those two witnesses in the stand. What? What are you talking about? We've demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And, since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No! Why does he have a pinwheel? In the negative! There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting! I was just following orders! Huh? That's right! As your man says! Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Oh! What? What did you just say, Korikuta-san? You were just following orders. Now hold on, lad, I was, Say you never saw the gentlewoman. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What? What is the meaning of this? These witnesses gave false statements. Is this true, you pair? Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order! Order! Counsel, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now, you tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not! The prosecution knows nothing of this! Ah! Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? Well, that's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't! This can't be happening! Ryunosuke? Judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Aochi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Or the baby. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? We examined the piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. Is this whole game this one trial? No, there's definitely several trials. Think of it as this is like the tutorial trial jam. We're learning the mechanics with Kazuma Senpai-chan, and eventually I think it's gonna be us as the defendant or the person helping the defendant. Yeah, this is really good. I'm happy you said that, Storm, because I think this is really good so far. Like, it's very exciting. There's no time to lose. I want answers! If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait! Your Excellency! I had no idea of any of this. I swear to every Shinto god, I knew nothing. And what does the defense have to say about all this? Well, Your Excellency, no time to think. I'm just going to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes to hand. Okay. So now we are accusing. And now here's the thing. Okay. My line of thought is this guy was under the table looking for his coin. This dude just shot the guy. Like, really? These are the two main people that I feel like this could be traced to. And when he was talking about influence and who this could be, right? They listed police, military, and government, and this guy is in the military. Who is the second guy? So this is, a medical school professor at the Imperial Yume University. He's an authority in forensic medicine and Kazuma's mentor. He told us to not let Kazuma be the defendant for the case, which essentially put us in the hot seat. He is sus, but I don't think so. I think we're just distrusting him because of his Hitler mustache. I think this guy is far more, I think he's far more questionable. The other one I have my eye on is this guy, because he also said that the guy was dining alone. So, like, there is misinformation between these. Alright, stew over who this was. I'm going to take a quick break and go to the bathroom. I'm going to order a pizza, and then,
Where are you?
I'll be right back in about 5 minutes. So sit tight, guys, and let's consider who this was.
What are you doing?
But you're no match for me! I'm putting an end to this. I'd like to return now.
Stop that right now. Hurry! Hurry! Hurry!
And... everyone. I've lived for this moment.
I've been waiting for this.
hurry. It's urgent.
Time for retribution!
Who? For I, Fischl, and the Prinzessin der Verirrt. Hear the voice of fate, speaking my name in humble supplication. I created another universe and founded paradise. Fischl and the Prinzessin der Verirrt. Yay, I did it! Oh, wait, no, I didn't.
Oh, hey guys.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, y'all were spamming while I was on the phone, so I'm pretty sure whoever I was ordering that
Putting an end to this.
whoever I ordered that pizza with now knows who the Prinzessin or whatever the fuck Fischl says. They now know about that.
For I, Fischl, and the Prinzessin der Verirrt.
Yes. So anyway, I ordered pizza and founded paradise, so you're welcome. Oh my. So anyway, I think we're gonna blame this guy because he's in the military, and military was listed in red text as somebody that could have done this. So I think it was this dude. Iesa Nosa Chan.
Yes!
There! What do you make of that? I think, Council, you may want to close your ears as well as your eyes. Otherwise, the sighs of disappointment in the courtroom may very well deafen you.
Yay, I did it! Oh, wait, no, I didn't.
Ah!
Yay, I did it! Oh, wait, no, I didn't.
You feel you must close your eyes in a crisis. Might I suggest you keep your mouth shut next time, too. Otherwise, I may have to use the influence I have in this courtroom to shut it permanently. I don't know what it is about the prosecutor exactly, but he really wants to make me wince in pain sometimes. I don't have a great deal of influence myself, but believe me, I can find other ways to make you keep your mouth shut as well.
You've been a naughty boy.
Alright, don't get angry. I'll think again. There must be a clue somewhere in all the evidence in the court record. Actually, now that I think about it, there might be some pieces of evidence I haven't thoroughly examined yet. Well, so it can't be them. This... It could very well be him. He's the other one that I'm like... You think the professor or the prosecutor? I don't think it's the prosecutor at all. Right, the people that you take out are Kazuma, John, because he's dead, and then Iesa and Curio. So it might be this guy. Here's the thing. They wanted to come to a speedy conclusion of the trial. And he wanted me to not let aspiring lawyer Chan, Kazuma, be responsible for this trial. So he was the one rushing. Right? Well, okay, Cortex. Here's my reason. My reasoning for Iesa, in my opinion, is solid. Kevin. Because they said government, military, police. This guy is military, so it could be him, right? And he's sweating during this animation right here.
Hi, pretty girl. Oh.
True. Here they're asking. Yes, Kev.
We got 8 cheesecakes.
Alright, I'll be right back, guys. There's an emergency.
Where are you?
Emergency! Emergency!
Oh, hey guys. Sorry for the delay. Alright. So, I am very sketch of the waiter, but I think this guy is probably this is probably it.
Yes!
There! What do you make of that? I think, Counsel, that you may want to...
Yay, I did it! Oh, wait. No, I didn't.
So, it kind of has to be the prosecutor then. Oh boy, so do we accuse the prosecutor or do we accuse the waiter?
Yes!
Oh man, you're hungry. Come here.
Yay, I did it!
It's
Oh,
there. What are you
wait.
going
No,
in?
I didn't.
Wow! Okay, not good. So we guessed 3 wrong. I'm gonna struggle in this game, aren't I? So where is this check button? What are you talking about?
I don't know how we ended up with 9 cheesecakes in our fridge, but here we are.
Well, if we're going based on what I thought, it was this guy. With your technicalities, okay?
You guys, we have 9 cheesecakes in our fridge right now.
They're only this big.
9 cheesecakes.
But he is military and he is sweating. So what if it's like, guy goes under the table and he just kills him? I could see that playing out. I could see it playing out. Right, and this is ruled out because it clearly states at the bottom, besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence, right? So we accused him, it was no good. So we have to accuse him, that's the only person left. Unless the game goes nuts and tells us that he did it because he was at the dinner. And that would make no sense.
Yes!
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san.
Hosonaga-san, the waiter who took the stand earlier.
Yay, it's done!
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. Not once. Oh, for once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. What? If he truly were... Come on, Ryunosuke, time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hasanaga-san's real identity proven by this evidence. Wait, the business card!
Hi, pretty girl. Are you all done? Nope. Okay, you just wanted some pets.
Well, that's unexpected. Yeah, look at the main character.
I don't need anything else to know what you already think. Why?
What is? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hasanaga. He's an idiot for presenting this, by the way. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hasanaga. Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Kev, look at the main character is code for can we get another body pillow? We're waiting on the approval.
Yeah, that ain't happening. Yeah, that ain't happening.
Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. If they're wielding it somehow here, the waiter's business card information has been updated. Oh, got it.
Yes!
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question. I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon. Or perhaps I should have said the front. Yes! It's the front of the back of the card. That's where I'm telling the detail is. Flip it, bitch! Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession. His true profession. The waiter's profession, but that's surely good
Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. He's Kyokoing right now. So, witnesses there in the stand.
Now do you understand?
Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Yeah, well... And look at this weird, okay.
I was gonna say, why? Can you explain to me why the fuck he has a baby in his back?
It's not explained. But the baby acts up and he tries to make it be quiet.
What the fuck is that? Is that Jam?
That's Earlobes, Chen.
So it's Jam.
How dare you?
Sorry about it.
Inspector Hosonaga! I was worried something like this might happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. Oh, I see, he didn't want to submit it. But you're still an idiot for doing it on the back of your card that says you're not who you say you are. You're a moron.
Hey, you fuck guy.
Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card.
Seems I have no choice.
I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So, you mean to say you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course! Your salary must have... I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes. There's been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well, Inspector Hosonaga. But you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses before you. And that at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Oh, here he goes again. Always bleeding. Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable! as I suspected. Okay. I thought there was violence. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim had slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim, at the same table, was a young lady, whom I guessed was an English woman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say... Remove the English woman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the English woman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those are my orders. But what if this English woman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an English woman as the primary suspect. Well, with irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right! One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory is a young English woman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. Do you mean... When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector! The English woman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical faculty. Hey, Thomas. I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with the situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a peculiarly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Council. I will not allow the government
of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir. You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But, that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. As I said before, it's my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So, it won't be a problem? Ahem, ahem, ahem. Nothing will get in my way. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student, Giselle Brett, to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes! Your Excellency! Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening.
Do you understand?
Yes. We will absolutely save our progress. Holy crap, guys. So good so far, right? Is everybody feeling it? I'm super into the whole thing. The characters, the process, the story, it's all wonderful.
That is the truth.
Yeah, and that's it, Bubble One. Famicom was okay. It wasn't bad. It was just okay. It wasn't amazing. That's the thing, right? Second, 22nd November, 11:38 a.m. Supreme Court Judicature, Defendants Antechamber 5. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. Why is your headband still doing this? Later, Cash. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there, you were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Ha ha ha. Anyway, looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, a student from the Great Britain. Is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start.
Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman at his table, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, and then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. And just after I bent down and picked it up, I didn't have any time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me looking as white as a sheet, and then he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Migatoba. Well, seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system even more so, which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that might have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis in his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma? Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in the restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to the case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you are probably aware, Dr. H. Wilson was a visiting professor at Yume. But it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. We got our pizza. We got some... It's a barbecue Hawaiian pizza. Kev doesn't like pineapple though, so I only get it on my half. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, I'm sure the prosecutor will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then. I need you to run an errand for the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-san. Sama. Defendant Naruhodo! Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really? What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer, and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. And you can trade me in one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. November, 12:09 p.m. Supreme Court Judicature, Courtroom 2. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Auchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, who knows what this word is, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Sorry. Let us scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forge with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down in our nation founders? Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up!
Shut up, you jumped-up rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with the great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student. And one who could arguably study harder, too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Ryunosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats! Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of the truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett. Yes! Your Excellency! Oh my! Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land! Tea! Someone bring English tea! In England, no discussions take place without tea. Is that true? No idea. So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name is Satoru Hasanaga. I've been working undercover as the lead waiter. Yes, we know all about you already. Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet, your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
Mind hacking.
Fuck. Let me go with that forward. That's not a bird.
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What?
Want 2 pieces, sister?
Do you understand?
The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She has come from London, England.
She's a visiting research student currently enrolled in Yume University's medical faculty. Oh, it's just lovely. Oh my! What a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. Huh. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court had been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? She says yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak Japanese. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. His bandana literally will not stop fluttering. Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her to escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? So, here's my question. How is she responding to these questions if she can't speak Japanese? Apparently it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. What do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Well, now we know she's a liar. Did
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. Slightly late? It was after 2 p.m. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. So, we found a gun on the floor that wasn't...
I don't know.
I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit.
Yes!
No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard! And look at the snow-white angel! I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying. Of course, it was at the scene as I was at the scene as well. I took statements from the lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before and reported back to the bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere on her person where she could conceal a firearm. Are you serious? She could literally have a firearm. Anywhere! Within the swan hat, within the extravagant thing, within the tail, like, there are many places. Thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless and until the precise location
Where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, it is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. That's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. I didn't fire a gun, I picked it up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we need to pull her testimony apart. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. So the slightly late luncheon thing, I think we're just gonna let it go. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a heated argument.
Yes!
I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him was go over to say hello. Please, don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyways. English is the future. We must all supiku Ingrishu. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman. Oh, Tux is going to bed. Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how unseemingly insignificant it may be. Well, we saw YouTube pop up, which means he's going to bed. Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. And the next time you got up after that was when I finished my coffee and stood up to leave. So she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him. Which is an out and out, totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast, you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform. I'm dressed exactly the same way as you are, except for the flapping red ribbon. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. If we can't do that, the trial's over. Even you with your thick skin must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Only too well. I feel half dead already. And the fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony isn't making me feel any better either. The first thing to do is press her on any of her statements that seem to even slightly off to you. Do that and an opening will present itself, I promise you. I need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination.
Yes!
After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it? You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are en vogue. Isn't that right? A decisive English no has quite the sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove with the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. Such wonderful logic! What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next?
Yes!
Okay, we already saw this.
Yes!
Like I said, I did not shoot that gun. And like I said, there's no point repeating the assertion over and over. I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side. Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand. Well, yes, that's true. But all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor. The professor, as I was leaving... Oh, next to the professor, as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, there was someone much closer to the victim than me at the time. The highly suspicious lady... That will do, you dirty, rotten scoundrel. Dirty? Your baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy. Seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours. Huh. What nonsense. The lady is merely stating what she saw. This is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned. Anyway.
Go back on the couch. Thank you.
She did.
She was just on the table. But the base is there. So I told her, go back on the couch.
Yes!
It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely. I verified it personally. You verified it? Yes. Immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not." That's all you did? You just asked her? Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No. Why on earth not? The honorable English gentlewoman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. There was obviously no need for any further probing into the matter. Or there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps. Think what you will. But if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm... The prosecution demands that you support your assertion with facts. In other words, he wants evidence. The lady wishes to point out that of course she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation, but she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there. Not get her out of there. I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime, which is why she is only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course. Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. Could you at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you? So she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him, which is an out and out, totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. Okay, we already did this. What is that? Oh yeah, what's this bottle?
Oh, that's a Chardonnay.
Wait a minute.
It's a Chardonnay. Like the Charlie. Keep on hearing the drop.
Alright. We could bring that up.
Yes!
The statement is clearly odd. What appears to be odd is the way you're presenting yourself. Oh, pay no attention, Your Excellency. As you wish. What the hell?
Yes!
He was unable to eat, you say? That was because he just had his tooth removed at the Hota clinic, right? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left? Dear me! What a harrowing experience! To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right. Other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. Well, where's his glass? That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell. What is a profound bearing, The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well sidestepped, counsel. Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope. There are some more useful tips you're picking up from the experience than that, Ryunosuke. I ordered a beef steak. Okay. Cheers to over a glass of carbonated water.
Yes!
Okay, so it's repeating this info that we already got.
Objection!
Okay, so this is the third time we're seeing this dialogue. Oh, God. There's only one glass here.
Yes!
That's it! Let me confirm something, please. It's to do with something with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, it's odd. It's very odd. Dear me, what's odd is this defense's inability to express itself. Ugh. Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not one. Ah! You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here. Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over Minute? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case? Minute, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me... Oh, minutia. Or are you going to try to tell me that you can click with only one? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that
Miss Brett who took the glass. It was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was also terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious! Sorry. There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. You must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or two in her state of disarray? That's absurd. Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief? What? No, no, no. This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. Oh, okay, which also could have had a gun. Thank you. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small, handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. The student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning. But in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed the glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on this case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know, really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance, it's... Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce that there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting... Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett... blah, blah, blah. Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! Order! 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 What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence. Now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Well, what is our situation? Clearly you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. Oh, here we go. This photographic print. Huh. What is that mark on his wrist? This print is of a photograph that I would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never! As you can see, through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping prove that, Naruhodo-san. Ah! Order! Order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness counsel. The court has now been shown considerable evidence, as the photographic print was just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance. I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, there is only one logical conclusion. The pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator for this crime. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way I can force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? Ha ha! I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student.
What should I do?
But the weak are meat, while the strong eat. You were wasting your time. There is no way to defeat
I don't know.
True justice. A fact you can chew on your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty for a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. His headband is not flowing anymore. Kazuma, what? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced
that we can contest, which means there's no bias on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Basis, even. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little... Ryonosuke Naruhodo.
Yes!
Oh. Wait, Your Excellency. Ryonosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet. This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency demands that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol for the courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency? Just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt on this matter, but I must make my ruling. Now, that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question. This is blatant straw clutching. Look at the photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day of the question. There can be no problem with this evidence. You better know what you're doing, Ryonosuke. I understand your objection, Consul. Certainly the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. Ha! My thoughts exactly! Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic print, Inspector Hosonaga, submitted before. You will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded.
Yes!
Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner had also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem explanation. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't notice it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this burn mark. However, as Prosecutor Alchi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brent had a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can just link that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again. Just give up, Council! You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue that, what is little more than conjecture. But if we have the evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves that what the burn really means. So, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between... Oh, shit. The victim's burn in this trial. Okay.
Yes!
The victim's burn is clearly related to this piece of evidence in the court record.
Objection!
Then explain to the court in 5 words or less what the nature of the connection is. Well, it's obviously, thank you. 5 highly illuminating words. What? As I suspected, the rookie student is bluffing. Again. Shit.
Yay, I did it! Oh, wait. No, I didn't.
Okay. So they've seen the burn marks somewhere before. Oh shit, right there.
Yes!
What's this, Council? Yet another
I got
print.
it.
Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at the scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, rookie! What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How? You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What in this photograph explains the reason for the victim's burn?
Yes!
The beefsteak... Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Ah! Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of Le Carnival. Ah! This emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Ah! Ryunosuke, you genius. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant. But even if that is the case, how can we know it happened on the day in question or not? It could have been the day before or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out.
So, your company's banner got released, like for which ones are going to be on there with her. And it's Rosaria, Jinkyu, and Bible.
Which was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of Le Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter!
Yes!
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. So he got it after he died. And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. The rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie? Yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think... Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day of the in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already deceased. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from in one particular situation, Counsel, are you suggesting... Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already dead. Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. But, okay, here's what I still don't get. Why was he having food when his doctor told him not to eat? Why was there a plate of food in front of him?
Focus on this battle.
When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness! Order, please, Counsel. Explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student. But clearly he has no grasp of the facts. No, Prosecutor Ouchie. It's you who has no grasp of the fact. I beg your pardon. As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from the witnesses again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But, Your Excellency! The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country, after all.
But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now?
My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level.
Oh, well, you are the epitome of the true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this. This lavish consideration you so graciously afford us. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke.
Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burned his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glass in toast. As far as I have heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Oh my god.
Pardonnez-moi.
That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in Supreme Court history. Thank you.
Easy does it. I hope that this is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone.
Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant.
I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today.
The Minister of Justice?
May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen.
Thanks? Was that a prayer then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with your cross-examination. Here's what I don't get. Why is the stake in front of where he died? If it was her stake,
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at the time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink, correct, waiter? Exactly as you said, sir. Although, whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn you. Ah, I have enough English to understand that at least. For the benefit of others in court, it means bless you! I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway... The report? Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Dr. Wilson's burn tells us something for sure. I need to use cross-examination to find out what. Okay. First things first, I'm going to press her on everything she said and try to make her blurt something out. What is it, Kazuma? What are you thinking? Oh, don't worry. It's nothing. He just thinks you're hot, that's all.
Yes!
But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived in this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you? Unbelievable! What fun! You hadn't realized. The dear lady is absolutely right. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke. Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Oh yes, I think my brain can.
Yes!
Well, I can't. Anyway.
Yes!
Do you understand?
So, okay, I can't use the picture as proof that the stake was in front of him, so it was his. That's what I was going for.
Yes!
It's written here in the paperwork, fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes. Luckily, for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to the innocent man's life. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point.
Objection!
So what then? Was he poisoned?
I don't know.
Oh! Oh my god. It wasn't water that he drank.
Oh my god.
He was poisoned by the liquid that they toasted to, and she hid the glass because it would have had traces of whatever it was that he drank. And she shot him.
There's nothing to LOL about.
She shot him afterwards to make it look like it was a gunshot wound kill. That's what happened. That's what happened. We figured it out. Go. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time. I concur. Prosecutor Ouchie is right. Ah!
Yes!
Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there's always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought! Calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Taketsuchi Ouchi, will cut down any who dare to cast such aspirations. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the land of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today. Just days after the incident. Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. It doesn't even occur to you, your naive detectives, to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can. You understand. Ha! A killer blow! The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchie is finally starting to sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't quite seem right. As I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony or cross-examine will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clues somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma? What, Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed, something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes. He seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If I might present an opening... Oh, it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but...
Yes!
Wait.
The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. I know, Shark. I know. I'm actually super tired, but I'm trying to finish this case. It's actually really interesting. Like, this is a super cool game. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry? Pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere among the people on the stand, you may take a good look around. Alright.
Wait.
Excuse me.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. It looks like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say. If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court. What's the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. For Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes. If you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's persevering evidence. Preserving evidence. You see? I don't care what they call me. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? Well, looks like the lady's remarks touch a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that... This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day of the investigation. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. On the day our police force will be among... One day, our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. Must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. You go to France and ask. You could just say you don't know. Alright, later, I meant... Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, that is the bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well, counsel. You may resume the cross-examination. The inspector will kindly control his fervor. So, if the story is that he was dead when the steak was delivered, then there's no way. So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. Looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke. In more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? I think I might just have worked something out. An interesting possibility.
Yes!
Oh shit.
Yes!
So, I might need to present it. I am close to a game over, yes. But I think we present the bottle when she says there is no way to kill somebody without a trace. So you're saying if I get a game over, it's gonna take me all the way back. At least on my last save, right? We had a save, like, halfway through the trial. I could save now. How? What? There's no setting. Steven, stop it! If we could just demonstrate how it was done. Okay, got it. Maybe I should just present the evidence and see what happens. Alright, Right. Well, in the other ones, I'm assuming there's some type of investigation. This one is all, like, after the fact. Or does all of the investigating happen during the trials? Okay. Right. Got it. Yeah, this feels like a tutorial. It does. Because we have a headband Chan to, like, guide us. Right, we're getting used to the mechanics.
Yes!
What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip of his glass? Order, order, order! And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could possibly have done it. Giselle Brett, it was you.
Objection!
This is outrageous! To suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile. Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one's individual guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. If I may, I will silence. It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady! Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector. And whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten that my guiding principle... I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could not find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No! No! I am very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady. The pleasure was all ours. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. The prosecution has asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience that this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court at this point? Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving. Huh? Please wait. Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. Wow. All right. We're going to save the last part of the first trial for tomorrow. I am beyond tired. So it's wonderful. And I don't want to end it in the middle of a trial, but like, we've been going 11 and a half hours and I am at my limit. I'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll do some more. I have a great
Putting an end to this.
first impression. It's a great... I'm sincerely enjoying it. And I hope that you guys are too. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Everybody have a great night. Goodbye.